What up? What up? What's the deal? I sit alone in my four-cornered room staring at candles. That shit fun. Let me come some shit like this. At night I can't sleep. I toss and turn. Candlesticks in the dark. The body's being burned. Four walls just staring at a nigga. I'm paranoid, slipping finger on the trigger. My mother's always just lying, moving right. Well, I ain't going out without a fight. See, every time my eyes close, I start sweating, blood starts coming out my nose. There's somebody watching me at. But I don't know who it is. I'm watching my back. I can see him when I'm deep in the covers. Well, I always see the motherfucker. He on the blanket like I own. A black suit came like I own. Somebody take a chill, B. But fuck that shit. Nigga trying to kill me. I'm popping in the clip with the wind. Every 20 seconds, peeping out my window. Investigating the joint for traps. Taking my telephone for text. I'm staring at the woman on the corner. It's fucked up when your mind's playing tricks on you. I make big money. I drive big cars. Everybody knows me. It's like I'm a movie star. But late at night, something ain't right. I feel I'm being chased, same sucker's headlights. That new, now I'm laying off the block. When did that nigga last week that I shot? When did the one I beat for $5,000? Funny came, but it was cold. Wow. You stood in my seat. Got my papa for the suckers. This in the line. Scared of the motherfucker. With the left of the Popeyes and better quick. If it's going, get this shit over with. It ain't come just like I did. I got my hand on the motherfucking trick. When I saw make your ass dig, three blind planes in the centers. I live by the swamp. I take my boys everywhere I go because I'm paranoid. I keep looking over my shoulder, digging around tones. My mind is playing tricks on me. Day by day it's more impossible to cope. I feel like I'm the one that's doing dope. Can't keep a steady hand because I'm nervous. Every Sunday morning, say service, praying for forgiveness. And trying to find an exit out for business. I know the Lord is looking at me, but yet He still is hard for me to feel happy. I often drive, having thoughts of suicide. Bang and get it over with. And then I'm worry free. That's bullshit. I got a little boy to look after. And if I die, child will be a pastor. I had a woman down with me. But to me it seemed like she was a killer kitten. She helped me out in this shit. But to me she was just another bitch. Now she's back with her mother. Now I realize I love her. Now I'm feeling lonely. I'm out of tricks already. This year Halloween fell on a weed, and we ain't get up for the trick or treat and robbing little kids for bad. Till the moment got behind our ass. So we speeded up the pace, took a look back, and he was right off the face. He'd be in for a squabble, no doubt. So I saw the nigga in his mouth. He was going down, figure, but this wasn't no ordinary nigga. He stood about 6 or 7 feet. That's a nigga seeing in my sleep. So we triple teamed on them. Ropping them mother bees on them. The more I swung, the blood flew. Then disappeared, my boys disappeared too. Then I felt just like a fiend. It wasn't even close to Halloween. It was dark as fuck on the streets. My hands were all blood, punching on the concrete. God damn, homie. My mind is playing. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. Shot. But real gangsta ass niggas don't flex nuts. Cause real gangsta ass niggas got it. Ain't everything's cool in the mind of a gangster. Cause gangsta ass niggas deep. Up 365 or 2024/7. Cause real gangsta ass niggas sleep. They don't like. Damn, it feels good to be a gang. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. I mean, one that you don't really know. Riding around town, drop top, then switches in my black 6'4". Now gangsta ass niggas come in all shapes and colors. Some got killed in the past, but this gangster here was a smart. Started living for the Lord last. Now all I gotta say, they wanna be gun pussy and cocksucking pranksters. When the shit jumps off, fuck you gonna do? Damn it feels good to be a gangster. Sit. Send a million troops to die at war. To all you Republicans that helped me in, I sincerely like to thank you. Now I got the world from my nuts. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. AJ Dilla K, hater proof. Cop. Drift with me, slow breath, morning in your chest, eyes closed, nothing to confess. Yeah, we're not gonna jam that.
In the summer of 2023, a French family vacationing near Madagascar witnessed something extraordinary. From the window of their seaside villa, Sandrine noticed an unusual shape on the distant horizon. At first, it appeared motionless, silent, hovering just above the ocean. Then, slowly, impossibly, it began to rise. She rushed to her telescope, a Conus Motormax 90, and locked onto the object. What she saw through the lens was staggering. A massive triangular craft, black and featureless, lifting silently out of the sea and into the sky. Sandrine captured the moment on her phone, filming directly through the telescope's
I
eyepiece.
don't know this
The
footage
telescope
or the
mounted on a
audio.
tripod.
This is just for
This was no
educational
accident,
and
no
reaction
fabrication.
purposes.
The footage is raw, unedited, unfiltered.
Huh? Moskwa. Huh? Laviera?
This is wild. This dude captured a UFO, triangle UFO coming out the water in a telescope.
J'ai mon téléphone secret, mais ça a rangé. Ouais.
Holy
Ça a pas
shit.
bougé.
It's 2023.
And this isn't an isolated case. For decades, similar triangular craft have been seen rising from the ocean by fishermen, by military pilots, by satellite reconnaissance. From the Russian Navy to NATO operations, reports speak of enormous black triangles vanishing into the sky as quickly as they appear. This is just one sighting among many of what have become known as USOs. The more modern term would be UAP, craft that are capable of impossible underwater and aerial maneuvers. They move through air and water with impossible precision. No wings, no rotors, no splash. These transmedium craft defy gravity, pressure, and drag, vanishing into the ocean as easily as they tear across the sky. No known technology can explain them, and yet they are very real.
Staying outside, just.
Look, splash. Mark bearing and range.
In the shadowy depths of the Sea of Cortez, a seasoned diver descends into the unknown, expecting nothing more than the ordinary rhythms of the ocean.
That's
But
wild.
what he Years later, driven by a commitment to truth, Willis stepped into the public eye. In 2001, he testified at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., as part of the Disclosure Project, joining other military and intelligence personnel in revealing encounters with unexplained phenomena. His testimony shed light on the existence of unidentified submerged objects, craft operating beneath our oceans with capabilities beyond known technology. What did Dan Willis witness? What secrets lie beneath the surface? As we delve into his account, prepare to explore the depths of the unknown and question the boundaries of our understanding.
My name is Dan Willis. I was in the United States Navy. I held a top secret crypto level 14 extra sensitive material handling security clearance. I worked in the code room at the Naval Communications Station in San Francisco. In 1969, I received a priority message from a ship near Alaska that was classified as secret. The ship reported emerging out of the ocean near port bow, a brightly glowing reddish-orange elliptical object, approximately 70 feet in diameter, emerged out of the water, shot into space, traveling at about 7,000 miles per hour.
Damn, that's
This
wild.
was tracked on ship's radar and substantiated.
7,000
Years
miles
later,
an
I
hour.
worked at the Naval Electronic Engineering Center in San Diego for 13 years. A co-worker who I worked with worked at the NORAD facility. When he first started working at the facility, he noticed objects going on the screens to track everything out in space and in the air, objects going off the scale, doing right-angle turns. When he inquired, his older supervisor advised him that, quote, it was just a visit from one of our little friends. These statements are true. I'm willing to testify under oath before Congress. Thank you.
Most UFO videos are grainy, distant, and inconclusive, but not this one. In January 2017, the Chilean Navy declassified a video that stands out. The footage was captured 2 years earlier, on November 11, 2014, by a Navy helicopter west of Santiago. It was a clear afternoon, and the chopper was cruising at 4,500 feet. That's when the crew spotted something. Roughly 65 kilometers, 40 miles, ahead, an unknown object flew at the same altitude and speed as their helicopter. They zoomed in with their infrared camera.
I
They
don't own the
contacted
rights to
two
this
radar
audio.
stations.
This
Both
is
could detect the helicopter
for
clearly,
educational and
but
reaction
neither
purposes
could see
only.
the object, despite it being directly in range. The chopper's onboard radar also showed nothing. No scheduled flights, no known military exercises, and no civilian aircraft were anywhere nearby. The pilot tried to hail the object. No response. Most of the footage is infrared, where heat appears as darker tones. The object showed high thermal intensity, and something else. It began to release a substance, twice. A plume, trailing behind it, not vapor, not water. Analysts believe it was likely a gas, or some form of high-energy discharge. One suggestion was cabin waste water from an aircraft. But that doesn't hold. Water falls fast. This hung in the air, dense, glowing, deliberate. The object stayed in frame for over 9 minutes. The two-man crew included a highly experienced Navy captain and a technician. Both gave detailed descriptions. The captain called it flattened, elongated, with 2 thermal discharges that didn't match the object's axis of motion. The technician described it as white, semi-oval, and horizontally aligned. The footage was examined for 2 years by Chile's official government agency that investigates aerial anomalies. A panel of military and technical experts reviewed it. They could not
This is
explain it.
interesting.
No evidence of a hoax, no
Yeah,
radar
this
trace,
is
no
interesting.
logical explanation. Some speculated it was a drone, a weather balloon, or even a foreign military aircraft. But the Chilean Navy...
In case y'all wondering, want to go look this up for yourself and actually watch the whole thing. It's the UFO evidence caught on camera by Best of Awakened Zone. So go check them out, man. Again, it's Best of Awakened Zone. Go sub them up.
It was not a US drone or any known surveillance platform. Air Force analysts concluded the object was real, three-dimensional, unaffected by wind, capable of maneuvering under intelligent control. They said it reflected light unnaturally and emitted energy. To this day, the object remains unidentified. Whether a secret technology or something far more exotic, this footage stands as one of the clearest, most credible UFO cases ever caught on camera. They don't just come from the skies, they rise from the oceans, silent, glowing, impossible. Beneath the waves, another world watches, and sometimes it breaks the surface. January 1952. Shemya Island, Alaska. A cold, remote rock surrounded by turbulent seas. Eldon L. White, a rigger stationed on the island, steps outside on his day off. Suddenly, he hears a strange whining, a mechanical whirring sound above. Looking up, he sees something impossible. A gray, bat-shaped object, hovering just 300 feet overhead. 30 feet wide, it glows with greenish light along its wings. At its center, a pulsing red dome. A long rod extends from the rear. The craft moves slowly, falling leaf-like toward the ocean.
Oh, wow,
At
man.
75 feet above the water,
This
it
dude got
halts,
some raw
then it
visuals.
dives straight into the sea. White stood in
Straight up,
silence,
man.
watching the surface.
I wish I
Nothing
could show
returned.
y'all, but I can't.
14 years later, he sent a handwritten letter. No fame, no attention, just truth. July 15th, 1988. Catalina Island, California.
Catalina wine
Just
mixer.
past midnight, a veteran scuba diver makes his usual night crossing to two harbors.
Fucking
Suddenly,
Catalina
the
wine
ocean
mixer.
beneath his boat lights up. A massive glow, precisely square, spanning at least 100 yards in every direction. Sharp edges, not natural, not diffused, just geometric. It lasts 15 seconds, then darkness. Later, on land, the diver realizes 2 hours are missing from his memory. He saw no craft, only a radiant square of light beneath his boat, and a time slip he couldn't explain. Years passed before he made the connection. What he encountered may have been under the water, but it wasn't from Earth. February 5th, 2009. Strait of Messina, between Sicily and the Italian mainland. 3 construction workers pause as a loud hissing pierces the air. They look toward the sea. Rising from the water is a massive gray sphere, 150 feet wide. Completely smooth, no seams, almost too perfect. It hovers high above the water, then releases 9 smaller spheres. They dart west toward the city of Palmi. Then the mothership descends, slowly, back into the sea. No sound, no disturbance, just vanishing into the deep. The workers tell their families. Local researcher Dr. Marta Fata investigates and confirms. This is just one of many such events in the region, one of many, too strange to ignore. So what are these things? They aren't just lights in the sky, they're lights in the water. They move through our oceans with technology we can't comprehend. They interact, sometimes gently, sometimes eerily, but always with purpose. Why are they here? What do they want? And why do they remain hidden? Thousands of reports, years of sightings, and still no answers. But one truth remains. They're already here, and they've been watching from the deep. What you're about to hear isn't speculation, it isn't rumor. This came straight from within the US government. In the late 1990s, deep in the Caribbean, cruise missile tests were a regular operation. Tomahawks, some potentially nuclear capable, launched over open ocean. Once spent, they'd splash down and sink. Later, they'd blow their ballast, rise to the surface, and Navy recovery teams would swoop in by helicopter to retrieve them. Standard protocol. Until one day it wasn't. A Navy helicopter crew was dispatched. Pilot, co-pilot, crew chief, frogman. Business as usual, until it wasn't. As the frogman dangled down the line, preparing to hook the missile, something moved. The ocean began to churn. Something vast, black, round, alive. emerged from the depths. Not a submarine, not a whale, but something huge. Not linear, like a sub. They were near the Puerto Rico Trench, the second deepest part of the ocean on Earth. 22,000 feet of blackness below. And something was coming up. The crew panicked. The frogman scrambled up the line. And just as the massive object was about to breach the surface, the missile vanished, sucked beneath the water, gone without a trace, and with it, the object disappeared too. The helicopter crew returned, shaken, silent. That missile, still missing, still unaccounted for. And the thing that took it, never identified, never explained. In April 2025, multiple witnesses reported seeing a glowing white unidentified aerial phenomenon hovering above the waters off Hawaii. The object displayed several unusual traits. Although its lights were clearly reflected on the ocean's surface in the footage, the lights themselves were not visible on the craft. Remarkably, the phenomenon was entirely silent, ruling out conventional aircraft, helicopters, or drones. One observer speculated that the object might have been projecting light downward, as though scanning or searching the water below. This remains one of the more puzzling and distinctive sightings of an unidentified aerial phenomenon to date.
Absolutely right. And take a look at what's happening here. We got a super close up of whatever we witnessed last night, and you can see it's illuminating the ocean like I've never seen anything do before. That is wild.
Look, it's holding. It's just stalled out there. Look, do you see that?
We're seeing flashes, pulses of light as it pulses off whatever this object is. And let me tell you, we didn't see any kind of object whatsoever. No propellers, no fuselage, nothing. Just a luminescent light.
On March 17th, 2025, the shores of Daytona Beach, Florida, became the backdrop for a mysterious encounter as luminous orbs were seen rising from the ocean and silently hovering above the waves. The sighting has since captured the attention of both UFO enthusiasts and skeptics. A local eyewitness captured several video clips showing the strange phenomenon, large radiant orbs appearing to emerge directly from the sea, then hovering in formation just above the surface. The
I
lights
want to
flickered,
believe this
pulsed,
is
and moved
interesting.
in patterns.
Once again, I do not own the audio to this footage. This is just for educational reaction purposes only.
Our team had passed away during one of the missions, and it has the mortality rate that's not that great. So
Something happened during
something happened, and these are people I've known for 20 years or
You seem a
more.
little emotional.
Well, they were very close friends of mine. It's not worth me right now getting involved with these projects anymore because it's too dangerous because of everything I'm trying to get out to the world. But at the same time, it's good to know that they're still working on these projects to help, figure out the physics behind them and the science.
Emery, we've talked about these scientists that you would see through this time device, and you said they were 100 years old. Where'd they come from, and why were they so old? Welcome to Cosmic Disclosure. I'm your host, George Norrie, and I'm here with Emery Smith. Time travel technologies, do they exist? And if so, how are they being used? Emery, welcome back.
Thanks for having me, George.
Time travel technologies, exactly what is it and what's involved with it?
Well, what they're trying to do and replicate is portal technology that they have discovered from an earthly origin a very, very long time ago. And there is a connection between this type of traveling that also affects time and space. So they are trying to actually replicate that and make that into electronics and make a synthetic version of this. And they have actually done this. They have not perfected it yet.
Now, when you say they, who are we talking about?
I'm talking about the compartmentalized projects, that the security is only run by the military, but the project itself could be owned by, major corporations that are clandestine that get funded by the governments around the world to make other technologies for them, whether it be for, wartime, peacetime, or pharmaceutical. So these monies that are made from these smaller projects that they're doing funds their secret projects, such as time travel and things like this.
So specifically, Emery, how does time travel work? Because we hear all kinds of things and all kinds of possibilities.
Well, the first thing you need is a lot of energy, number one. A lot of the side effects of these zero-point energy over unity devices create this type of rip in time and space. And it has to do with enfolding space on itself, actually, and opening up the space within time, right here in front of you. Because that right there is how our extraterrestrials actually travel through the universe and interdimensionally. They're creating their own field of energy, number one, which is their own gravitational field that they sit in. That's why they can do these billion-mile-an-hour right-hand turns and nothing happens to them, because they're in their own field. And by putting energy and focusing it in front of these craft, they can actually open up interdimensionally a space rift in time and go through it. And that's why they sometimes just disappear in space.
Do they have like a dial on any apparatus and they can click it to 3015 and poof, you'll show up there?
Well, it's kind of like that, but it's called consciousness-assisted technology, and it's all done with their consciousness. The craft also are integrated with the beings. Some of them are actually grown, these craft, and they are matched to the DNA of the pilot. So all the pilot has to do is think of that dial turning to 350 whatever degrees, and poof, they're gone.
There they are.
Wow.
The more and more I watch you on Cosmic Disclosure, I hear new information that just boggles my mind. In this particular case, how do they use this kind of technology?
Well, what they're doing is, like I said, time is a very sensitive subject with the physicists and the scientists around the world that are not part of the clandestine projects, because it's a hard thing to grasp, because time really doesn't exist. And what's going on is there's multiple levels of time right now and multiple different types of realities and dimensions. So there is a dimension right now, just within a different frequency right now, where you are here and I'm here, and it's just a little bit different. Maybe these coffee cups are not here, or the cameras, or it might be some different people, because there's many different levels. The hardest thing to explain is that time is irrelevant because you are already here everywhere, all the time, which means, and that sounds confusing.
But don't go back and see your grandfather,
But, right? And that's a big question I get. Like, what if you go back in time and you did something? Well, you just created another time reality. So that's another space of time. But you're still where you're at right now. And if you think you can go back and remove the coffee mug, and then all of a sudden, it's not there, it doesn't work that way at all.
I mean, if you wanted to go back into time and do away with Hitler and prevent World War II and the Holocaust and all that horror that he created, what would happen if you went back into time took care of him, got rid of him, and what would the consequences be?
Consequences would not affect you because in this reality that never happened.
Interesting. But would there be a reality somewhere
There
where
is.
it did happen?
Correct.
And what would happen there?
Well, it's what's happening right now. That's the paradigm here, is trying to put all that together, saying, okay, there are multiple dimensional realities and there's multiple different types of time zones that we are all part of. We're interdimensional, multiple dimension beings. And that's where frequency comes in with DNA and genetics, and how, we affect, other worlds and other places in the universe, where the light we see from the stars today, that star might already be out. But because of this distance and time continuum, we don't, really think about that and realize. Because the 15
What
minutes
up,
I was in
Blaze?
there,
Good to see you. Good to see
really,
you.
I felt. And I always asked, well, where does that go? Because I still have the same hydration when I did the blood test, and I'm not dehydrated, but yet all the horrible negative ionic bacteria, viruses, and metals in my body were taken out. So people that are really toxic that go in there, really a lot of
They
this
come
stuff
back
gets-
healthy.
Right, they come back very healthy.
Stu's
It's used to
talking
treat
about time
cancers
travel.
for the elites of the world, even our presidents.
What's the
have been
machine
there.
look like, Emery?
It's a hexagon room, and inside the hexagon room is a glass wall. The hexagon room is only about 8 feet in diameter, so
So
it
it's
can
small.
only fit a small massage table that's in there. And 3 feet beyond the massage table is a 3-inch glass or
They're showing
wall.
visuals, but I
Behind
can't
that is this giant
show it on here
Teslatron unit.
because I'll get
And it
in
amps
trouble.
up this amazing electromagnetic frequency where it rips time and space apart. A lot of side effects of zero-point energy devices do this, and a lot of scientists that have, including Tesla, have
Yeah.
witnessed this and wrote this.
I mean, this
down,
dude's
that
pretty
there's
credible. I've seen him on
field,
other shit
this
too.
sphere that,
His name's Emery
that
Smith,
forms, which has happened
in case
to
you're
me
wondering.
in my laboratories, where the time is getting distorted for a moment.
Sure.
But with this device, they really perfected it pretty well. Where we always were trying to find out, wow, there must be some dimension somewhere where someone's sitting there, maybe an extraterrestrial, and a big wad of fat comes down and hits them in the face, or some toxins, someone just jumps a bucket of something. So it's not perfected yet because they're still trying to find out, well, where does that go? Where did the tumor go? Where did the cancer go? The cells? Where did these viruses go?
So they're just gone.
They're just gone.
Well, how does it work in terms of curing people?
They're still trying to figure it out, and the best
What
way I
the
could describe
fuck?
it is it somehow attracts the negative ionic components of viruses and tumors and also metals that are not beneficial for the body. It latches onto them somehow through
The
this
visualization
this
is,
energy
is a
field
guy
that's
sitting
in
on a
there,
bench
and it
inside that box he's
teletransports
talking
those
about,
things
and then
out
there's
somewhere.
It sounds like it also
a
changes
split
the
screen
bad
with something on the
cells.
other side
Does it?
I don't think
extracting
it
the
changes the bad cells.
viruses
I'm
from
pretty
this
sure it
dude that's
removes the
sitting
bad
on that
cells,
bench.
but it upregulates the frequency of the DNA. It also helps fight infections and things like this. Usually,
The
once you get
government
out
got
of one of
this
these
shit.
devices,
They ain't
for
trying to
me,
fucking
I
release
could
it.
not sleep for 3 days and be completely fine. You have a great urge to work out. I think I ran the furthest after having a treatment on one of these devices because I used to jog a lot and work out a
Wow.
lot. And that was very noticeable. And they said this would happen. They said you will have an immense amount of energy and you have an immense amount of cognitive function. And, meditation was just amazing. You can immediately
Check
just,
that out.
close your
Meditation.
eyes and be anywhere you want. If you were a good meditator and you knew how to do these, just regular meditation steps. So it has an amazing functionality to the frequency of the DNA of the cell and the nucleolus of the cell, and also upregulating those energies because it's all about keeping your body at the right voltage. And I think by removing the contaminants out of the body, which affects your voltage, it allows you to heal yourself.
Interesting.
In our studies, just with this one project, and there's many projects we'll talk about, but with this specific project, you're really going in there to get treated for something, for an ailment.
Okay.
But what the side effect is time. It's
Right.
losing time.
You lose time, but you don't age.
Right.
Right?
And that's why all these scientists in this
Damn.
underground
That's
facility
fucking
in New
crazy.
York actually were so
So you lose
young
time,
and
but you
vibrant
gain
and
like
over 100
a
years of
fucking
age.
healthier version
And I
of you.
remember, working on some things for them just as a technician, listening to their conversations, and they were like talking like they knew Tesla. And they had a lot of,
They probably did.
right, I know. It was like electrifying to know, wow, like I wish I really knew exactly how old they were. And this is a civilian owned device that was made from naval scientists that retired early.
And it must be so perfected now, I would guess, right?
Well, I think they're trying to do something. I tried to contact them a few years ago to see if we could maybe get this technology out to the public. And one of the head scientists became ill, and I had lost contact
Go figure.
with that group.
Go
But we're still
figure.
trying to figure it out. I think it's going to resurface soon.
Nah,
because
man,
the
they shut
medical
them up.
benefits of this time traveling device.
The
is
MIBs came
unprecedented.
through.
We were able to cure HIV in 30 days, herpes, and
By being in the device.
just by being in the device 3 times a week.
Does it cure everything?
Well, I don't know about everything. Just the documentation I've seen and heard was, with cancers and herpes and HIV, STDs, because a lot of the
Well, why did they suppress all that stuff, Henry? Why don't they bring
well,
it
the
to the
FDA
public?
will definitely not approve that device, no matter how much documentation they have.
Why?
FDA,
Well,
wow.
You're going up against Big Pharma, the big
Yep.
money maker. They
Sure.
need you to
Yep.
take these pills.
So they don't, you're saying they don't want the cures?
They do not want the cures, and I can, attest to that, being the inventor of the first tabletop stem cell
It's
concentrator
all about
and
money.
submitting many documents to the FDA.
All about
of,
money.
helping paralyzed patients and things like this. And, you could send in 1,000 studies, of a new technology that many scientists have tried to do
Of course.
here in the United
And
States.
nothing happens.
And nothing happens. They say, oh, you need more data. So they just keep leading you on, so you get so tired and you run out of money because most scientists and smaller corporations don't have that kind of capital to keep testing and testing and testing.
Emery, we've talked about these scientists that you would see through this time device, and you said they were 100 years old. Where'd they come from, and why were they so old?
Well, it's not that when I was inside the device, they're the ones who invented this device. And they were definitely born on Earth. They were all ex-military scientists that retired.
They have worked with Tesla.
They obviously have worked with Tesla, the way I can hear them talking behind the scenes and joking around. They were all in excellent shape. They were all over 100 years of age. They're still aging. they didn't get that secret, figured out yet. But the fact that, these people in these compartmentalized projects who have been there forever, by the way, these are civilian compartmentalized projects, but they are ran by ex-military scientists.
Embry, how advanced are we, in your opinion, and based on things you saw, is our time travel program? How advanced is it?
Well, they can do it. Okay, it's not that effective, such as I would probably say a recent offer I got to come back to a project because the entire team had passed away during one of the missions, and it has the mortality rate, it's not that great. So
something happened during
and these were people I've known for 20 years or
more. You seem a little emotional.
Well, they were very close friends of mine in the projects. I have not talked to them in forever. But when I was notified of this position, first thing I asked was, well, how is Commander so-and-so? How is this person? How is that person? And they said, well, there was an incident.
Oh, jeez.
And then I knew, and they just said, that's why we want you. And so just like an astronaut that goes up to space to risk his life or to the moon.
And they go there knowing
that you might have just a 70% chance of survival. There is these numbers and ratios that scientists come up with. So it's not worth me right now getting involved with these projects anymore because it's too dangerous because of everything I'm trying to get out to the world. But at the same time, it's good to know that they're still working on these projects to help.
If you want to know more about this guy, man, you can find him on Gaia. That's the streaming network this information came from. His name's Emery Smith. They got a category in Gaia called Cosmic Disclosure. Shit's fucking interesting. I've watched a lot of Cosmic Disclosure. There's all kinds of stories being told by different individuals that had different clearances in the government. So the shit's pretty crazy, pretty interesting as well. But yeah, that's the guy's name that was talking. His name's Emery Smith. What up, Dex? How's it going, my brother? I'm just looking at videos, man, of UFO shit, and the last video I watched, this dude was talking about time machine and another apparatus to that they found while creating this was that it could cure different viruses out of the body. So he was talking about that on the back end. What's up with you, bro? Are you watching the little one? I got you.
We have the debris and we have the craft. There was about a 30-foot diameter dish-shaped craft tipped up at about a 35-degree angle. It had a low-rise dome on top. The level of credibility that these witnesses come with is absolutely staggering. It is really, Billy, the final curtain call on UFO crash retrievals. This is the final curtain call because Michael Stratt is a distinguished private pilot and renowned military aerospace historian. He has
I don't own the audio to this. This is
worldwide
just for
with his compelling lectures
educational and
on the
reaction
enigmatic world
purposes.
of mystery aircraft and the classified propulsion systems hidden within the shadowy depths of the military-industrial complex.
Appreciate it,
Over
boss.
the years, Michael has forged invaluable connections with individuals directly involved in classified black budget programs, including former U.S. Air Force pilots, retired Navy personnel, and aerospace engineers with top secret, sensitive compartmented information clearances. These firsthand accounts have fueled his mission to shed light on government mismanagement, fraud, and the misuse of resources. Driven by a commitment to transparency and accountability, Michael dedicates countless hours to meticulously researching aerospace technical documents, conducting in-depth interviews, and delving into the archives of leading universities. He passionately believes that it's every citizen's constitutional duty to question authority, demand transparency, and hold special access programs, often hidden from congressional oversight and public awareness, accountable to the people. Michael Schratt's unwavering dedication to uncovering the truth makes him a poignant figure in the fight for government accountability and disclosure of advanced aerospace technologies. Welcome to the show, Michael Schratt. How you doing, man?
It's good to be with you, Billy. Good to be with you.
Yes, it's amazing. It's been a long time coming. I've been wanting to talk to you for so many years on a podcast. Based on your research, do you think that aerospace contractors are involved in reverse engineering any UFO technology?
Well, that's kind of a $64 million question, right? How do we prove that? And the way that I think goes a long way to getting to some of the answers is what we'll be covering tonight. It's the preponderance of evidence that the firsthand military witnesses are telling us. People that held the bodies, people that loaded these craft onto 18-wheeler tractor trailer lowboy trucks and shipped them to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. People that were pathologists, people who worked on x-ray technician reports. What they're telling us as a full body of witnesses, they're telling us that craft have been retrieved, they've reversed in the technology, they have built quote-unquote replicas based on the original, and that's what we want to talk about tonight.
Beautiful, beautiful. So, hey man, without further ado, let's get to it because you have a lot to share. So let's share some of this compelling evidence that you have.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the title of this lecture is called Retrievals of the Third Kind, Cosmic Crashes, Corpses, and Cover-Ups. And what this is, it is an homage to Leonard Stringfield. That's essentially what this is all about here. And I want to make sure that we're advancing okay. So we're advancing to the next slide, okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so UFO crash retrievals, the ultimate holy grail of UFO research. Now, why do we call it the ultimate holy grail of UFO research? If you think about it, it's actually easy because it is the UFO crash retrievals, which will be the vehicle that facilitates disclosure. This is what's going to do it because we have the bodies, we have the debris, and we have the craft.
The government been bringing these things down for a long time.
The UFO crash retrievals. And here's where we're standing right now in 2024. At this late part of the game here in 2024, it is really, Billy, the final curtain call on UFO crash retrievals. This is the final curtain call because we are timing out all the legacy witnesses. There are no longer any 509th Bomb Group witnesses anymore from Roswell Army Airfield. They're all gone. And you can see what the government is trying to do is they're trying to make anything prior to 2006 disappear. And then the recent UAP legislation, disclosure acts, those things have been axed by the defense contractors. So they're trying to kick the can down the road and they're trying to time out the legacy witnesses. But we won't do that because as a group and united coalition of researchers, it is, really it's the art of a crusader. That's the strongest thing. I don't know if they counted on that, but we won't let them get away with it. That's the bottom line. Let's continue on here. A couple of quick announcements. The content of each case highlighted in this presentation has remained intact for the description of the original source. The identity of first-hand sources will be protected per Leonard Stringfield's original agreement with his military contacts. Number 3, the visual aids used in this presentation are computer-generated forensic composite illustrations and sketches which originated from the specific details provided by Leonard's sources. Now, here is where he got all his information here. The caliber of witnesses, 3-star U.S. Air Force generals, U.S. Air Force fighter pilots,
AI generator,
astronauts,
like
commercial
what kind of art
pilots,
it
air
would
traffic
produce.
controllers, neurosurgeons, pathologists, theoretical physicists and mathematicians, U.S. Army officers, U.S. Navy officers, military police, high-level Pentagon officials, top military brass, scientists and engineers who worked at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and other government facilities. So, Bill, here you can see the level of credibility that these witnesses come with is absolutely staggering. Let's continue on. A couple of quick quotes. Number 1, UFO crash retrievals can't be real because if they were, I would have read about it in the local newspaper. That's number 1. Number 2, There are not now, nor ever have been, any extraterrestrial visitors or equipment on Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Now, this is their official U.S. Air Force press release as of July 1980. So what we're going to do in this presentation is we are going to take Leonard Stringfield's combined united voice of firsthand military witnesses, and we're going to go up against the United States Air Force, and we're going to see who comes out on top here. Now, this is the man of the hour. This is UFO crash retrieval expert Leonard Stringfield. I want to introduce everyone to Leonard Stringfield. He was the gentleman who coined the term UFO crash retrieval, and over this 30-year time period, he collected dozens and dozens of these military witnesses. They had come to him because he promised to keep their names under wraps, and he did all the way till he passed away. And so they felt safe coming to Leonard with their stories. Now we're talking about people who loaded these craft onto tractor trailers and shipped them to Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio, later to become Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. People who were autopsying these, medical doctors, pathologists. Those are the type of people that came to Leonard. So we want to talk a little bit about his bio here. Leonard Stringfield was born 1920.
He's doing
He
a
grew up
whole
in
bunch.
Cincinnati, Ohio. By the time he graduated from high school in 1939, he had already memorized the entire dictionary, believe it or not. This is the kind of guy that you want to have compiling all these accounts. I mean, he was such a genius that they actually gave him a nickname. They called him Webster. Well, that's how smart this guy was. Okay. He joined the military as soon as he heard about the attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941. After the war, he was employed by
They
a
started
chemical
bringing him
company
down in
Ohio
43.
and retired after 30 years. Leonard served as director of the world's largest UFO research group in the mid-1950s, Civilian Research Interplanetary Flying Objects, CRIFO. He received 8,000 letters in its first 2 weeks of existence. I thought that was interesting. Leonard wrote 2 books, Inside Saucer Post 3-0, 1957, Situation Red, the UFO Siege, 1977. Now, Billy, the next bullet item is the one that we want to drill down on here. His lecture on UFO crash retrievals at the 1978 MUFON Symposium in Dayton, Ohio, caused an international sensation. Now, why is that? Okay, here's the 2 reasons why. Number one, the whole concept of UFO crash retrievals was just barely coming onto the radar screen back at that time. Roswell was just getting traction. And then number 2 is when Leonard delivered his paper, Retrievals of the Third Kind, he highlighted 12 of his firsthand military witnesses. But the agreement was that he could preserve an important part of our national history, but the names had to be kept under wraps. So there was some pushback there because there was no way to independently verify what Leonard was reporting here. So there absolutely was some pushback at the 1978 MUFON Symposium. Leonard passed away December 18th, 1994. Let's continue on. So this is the question we want to ask here. What was the one event that sparked Leonard's interest in UFOs, which ultimately changed the course of his entire life? What was the one event? Well, on August 30th, 1945, Leonard had a Foo Fighters sighting from inside a twin-engine C-47 while traveling from Okinawa to Iwo Jima. So it's 1945. They're going to Iwo Jima. They see 3 Foo Fighters off the wing. One of the engines on the twin-engine C-47 conked out, and they thought they were going to have to ditch in the Pacific. Now, when this thing peeled away, engine came back on, they landed safely. But it made an impression in his mind forever. That was the instigation and originating point for all of this here. So we can back that up by this newspaper clipping. Newcastle Sun, January 3rd, 1945. Foo Fighters are latest. Washington, Tuesday. Pilots flying over Germany at night report the strange balls of fire are following them around on their missions. They have christened these strange phenomenon Foo Fighters, so we know that checks out. Cincinnati Enquirer, July 19th, 1993. Author continues quest for truth about UFOs. What I've collected has staggering implications for mankind. This would be the biggest thing since Christ, really. So that's a bold statement he's making here. It is a bold statement. However, if even one of these cases is authentic, yes, it would be the biggest thing. It's absolutely incredible. Let's continue on here. Now, at one time, there was a collection of 22 bank boxes of original drawings, illustrations, sketches, detailed drawings, testimonies, phone numbers, addresses, dates of all of these firsthand military witnesses. This is the kind of evidence that should be brought into open congressional hearings in Washington, D.C. This is exactly what we're looking for. It is the Rosetta Stone of ufology. This is absolutely the material. Okay, now, I want to highlight this book, UFO Crash Retrievals, The Complete Investigation Status Reports 1 through 7 by Leonard Stringfield. The reason why I want to highlight this is because everything that we're going to be talking about tonight comes through this book. So I'm going to reference this. I'm going to give everyone.
Hold up. Hold up. I want to check this book out right quick.
Now, a couple of quick
So
points.
that book is not
When you
that
go
that
through
long.
this
It's only 34
publication,
pages.
which is
Can
about
be
2.5
found on
inches
Amazon
thick,
for
it is
$17.99.
not for the faint of heart. You really have to have an interest in this kind of subject. You need to be, someone who has a passion for this because it's very text intensive. There are no drawings, there are no sketches, there are no illustrations. And so I thought, someone needs to go through this book with a fine-tooth comb, pick out the mission critical cases, commit those to a fine drawing, use that as a guide or a template for the generation of a full color 3D rendering. And so that's been my crusade over the last 4 years to preserve an important part of our national history. Now, another publication that is recommended is Magic Eyes Only by Ryan Wood. Earth's extraterrestrial encounters with extraterrestrial technology. Now, he wrote this book about 20 years ago. He updated it with 104 crash retrieval cases. If we link that up with Leonard's 119 crash retrieval cases, now we've got a very good body of evidence to draw from here. Papagos Indian Reservation, west of Globe, Arizona, January 1947. A witness served in the U.S. Navy during World War II. The reference for this is page 93, case A10 in Letters publication. We're going to go to the next slide here. So we've got 2 military personnel. They're driving west of Globe, Arizona on this unimproved road, and they are stopped and challenged by military police with rifles, telling them that you're not supposed to be out in this area at all. This is a highly restricted area. You're not supposed to be here. However, it was already too late because another 50 foot down this road, there was about a 30-foot diameter dish-shaped craft tipped up at about a 35-degree angle. It had a low-rise dome on top. It had 2 rings wrapped around the outer circumference of the craft itself. And then Billy said in the report, there was what looked like indented windows that were also wrapped around the outer circumference. So we wanted to take this drawing as a template or guide. I'm going to go to the next slide, and this is our full color rendering. And as we go through these slides, you can kind of see that the body count goes up, craft count goes up, and it just keeps on going from there. Now, I have a side project that I like to do. Not only do I like to track down the craft and the bodies, I want to know what happened to the debris. What happened to the hardware?
Yeah, what happened?
So in this report,
Where'd it go?
within the Stringfield Dictation Notes Files collection, there is a source that talks about something that I thought was very interesting. This source mentions a company called Foot Brothers Gear and Machine Company. So I'm going to just hit everybody with this. According to Mr. Robert Helmel, Foot Brothers Gear and Machine Company of Chicago conducted metallurgical analysis on pieces from a flying saucer that crashed in Arizona back in 1947. So I thought, I want to know what this company does. I want to dig down. I want to see what these guys actually build here. Yeah. So here is Chicago Tribune, January 15th, 1955. It says it makes gears as large as 21 feet in diameter and weighing 45,000 pounds, and others small enough to put on a watch chain. Its gears are found on airplanes of all types, including jets and helicopters. In a year, it will make thousands of different gears for use by industry. So if you think about what's going on here, we've got a source talking about
It's
a retrieval
1955.
operation in Arizona, and they're using Foot Brothers Gear and Machine Company to analyze the debris. Okay, so if they actually did recover something and elements of the military saw what looked like an arc radius with teeth on it that reminded them of a gear, this is the company they would take it to. Absolutely. This company is checking all the boxes here. Hendricks Commercial Register, 1909. You see the photo here, the size of the gears that these guys work on. So it's checking the boxes. We'll do one more. The purchasing agent, May 1923. So absolutely, this is checking the boxes. You would want to send hardware, debris, anything that might look like a gear section, absolutely would go to this place for analysis. Okay, White Sands Missile Range, July 4th, 1947. Our source is a technical sergeant, U.S. Army Air Force. The reference is page 196 in Leonard's book. Now, what you're looking at here is a slide showing you the yellow boundary of White Sands Missile Range. Where this took place was on the northern part of the range. And I'm going to go to the next slide. This actually took place at night. And what came down was about a 150-foot diameter dish-shaped craft. And when it came down, this thing was excruciatingly well lit. So this was a nighttime retrieval operation. They had light owls shining on this thing. They had spotlights. They had searchlights. They had people with Geiger counters walking around this craft. This is from the military witnesses of the Leonard Stringfield collection. They had people with still cameras shooting away, taking pictures. They had other people with motion picture film cameras documenting this whole process. Okay, we're going to go to the next slide. Let's see if we can make this thing come alive here. And now you see the spotlights, the searchlights on this thing. Very interesting. This thing was 150 feet in diameter. Now, what is the actionable item? What is the takeaway on this particular case? Here's the actionable item. Since still photography and motion picture film was recorded of this event, senators and congressmen with the appropriate security clearances should track down and utilize this as evidence for future public hearings. That's what needs to happen. However, Billy, as you know, the problem we're running into here is a lot of these senators and congressmen within Washington, D.C., they don't have a high enough security clearance and they don't have a need to know.
Damn.
So we're running up to this brick wall every time. And we really got to push through this. And that's why it's incumbent upon us to track down these legacy witnesses here.
If you enjoyed this, make sure to watch the next video on Awaken Zone. Don't forget to subscribe
Yeah, this
and
is
hit
where
the
it's coming
notification
from,
bell,
Awaken
but
Zone.
you won't want to miss what's coming next.
It's crazy. That's crazy, man. They've been bringing craft down since the 40s, though, man. So all that shit is just interesting. There's a book that I was reading that said in like 43 they were retrieving craft. This was interesting to me because it said 43 they were retrieving craft, and then this guy was on the plane in 45 and he saw Foo Fighters. So it's like, huh. It's an interesting rock we live on. Very, very interesting rock. Put some tunes on, man. Chill for a minute. That time zone shit got me.
Getting high as a kite. Rolling up, no surprise. Shawty asked if I'm down for the ride. And I told her, baby, just drive. She said, I wanna be where you are. See you glow in the dark. We pull up to the spot, park the car. Now she's smoking a tree in the stars. Up and away, puffin', I'm stuck in the days. I roll up and do it again. My baby don't puff, she afraid. She like it but don't like the taste. If I say that it's late, she won't play. If it's gas and she might take a hit. She put it to her lips, then we kiss. I think she got a contact, so that if you love me, don't pass it. Puff, puff, then we ash it. Got a young boy moving slow-mo, but it ain't no leaning. It's the gas, they don't understand it. Oh no, I was down bad, no cash. Then I blew up like a pro, and I'm so high, oh, I can feel it in my bones, and I feel it in my soul, and I know she wanna go.
Yeah.
If you hit it, let me know.
I gotta put something on it. That was a lot to hear. That was a lot to hear.
Rolling up, no surprise. Shawty asked if I'm down for the ride. And I told her, baby, just drive. She said, I wanna be where you are. See you glow in the dark. We pull up to the spot, park the car.
Yeah.
She don't really do this.
That's fucked up. The FDA won't approve that box though. That shit could change the whole world. That's what's fucked up.
I don't ever think twice. And she get it every time she come around. She said I got a feeling so right. I don't wanna waste time, but she love it when I go and lay her down. But I still got a question. Is it me or is it the high? Cause I
appreciate it.
Getting high as a kite. Rolling up, no surprise. Shawty asked if I'm down for the ride. And I told her, baby, just drive. She said, I wanna be where you are. See you glow in the dark. We pull up to the spot, park the car. Now she's smoking a tree in the stars. See the stars on the freeway. Neon glow at the fake coat. If you call, I could be on the way. Whole sky turned green from the green smoke. Dark shades can't see my eyes. Never take it too serious. Think I forgot what it feel like. Ooh, can't say the word. Cause I got kids watching my songs and I know they gon' repeat it if they heard. I guess the jig is up, right? I'm gon' teach if I don't live it up, right? Everywhere I go, I hear the smell of it. Try to keep my distance from the hell of it. My sense of smell is sensitive, as I said it is. That can't get it lit. Neon exhale, smoke screen when I let go. Ooh, 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 neon exhale, smoke screen when I let go. Ooh, 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 neon exhale, smoke screen when I let go. Ooh, 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 neon exhale, smoke screen when I let go. Ooh, 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 so let's do it like the old days. You got your mom's car, we in it for the long haul. Let's get in the carpool lane. Speed limit, no way. Just for a little bit, don't hit the kill, switch kind of your senses. This is a good trip if we don't hit the brakes. If we don't hit the brakes, a good trip is just a trip, that's good. I ain't saying it was bad. You say just one more time, but you know you've been saying that. I said the same thing, then I came back. Do the same thing, man, I hate that. What is life without the habits, what is love a headache, so I be on my balance, trying to find the right equation, Neon exhale, smoke screen when I let go. Ooh, 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 friends only come around when you spending your dividends. Thinking about that girl I used to mess with. We were toxic, but the chemistry was too sick. Kinda funny how she hit me up on the low when she heard that I'm back up on the road. Yeah. And the music getting good now. A few pictures, I'ma stay up in the pool now. And the people say they really like the new sound. Oh, they really like the new sound. Light it up at the gas, ay. Got my eyes red, ain't no rising. Riding in the car, got my mind clean. Windows up, can't let them see. Light it up at the gas, ay. Got my eyes red, ain't no rising. Riding in the car, got my mind clean. Windows up, can't let them see. New city, new scene, is a new life. No drama, just money, that's what I like. In my free time, I've been really mine. Get the money and the girls will follow in due time. That's what they told me, and now I see the vision. I keep my mind right, and I make my decision. All these people trying to tell me how to live my life, as if I'm living for them, but that ain't my mission. Still independent, all I need is my own. They said they like my music, so they tryna clone me. I told them, be yourself, cause I'm tryna be me. And I've been that way ever since the age of 3. Light it up, cut the gas, hey. Got my eyes red, ain't no visor. Riding in the car, got my mind clean. Windows up, can't let them see. Hot box, hot, light it up, cut the gas. La noche tú y yo. I got this fire burning in me from within. Concentrated thoughts on who I used to be. I'm shedding skin. Every day a new version of me. A third of me diminished, cemented in pain. Juggling the pros and cons of fame. I don't know how to make friends. I'm a lonely soul. I recollect this isolation. I was 4 years old. Truth be told, I've been battling my soul, trying to navigate the real and fake. Cynical about the judgment day. I did past like regression last year, and it fucked me up. Reincarnated on the search for 100 plus. Body after body, lesson after lesson. Let's take it back to Michigan in 1947. My father kicked me out the house cause I wouldn't listen to him. I didn't care about his influence, only love what I was doing. Gifted as a musician, I play guitar on a grand level. The most talented where I'm from, but I had to rebel, and so I'm off in the sunset, searching for my place in the world. Put my guitar up on my hip as a story unfurled. I found myself with a pocket full of money and a whole lot of respect. While the record business loved me, I was head of rhythm and blues. The women that fell to their feet, so many to choose. But I manipulated power as I lied to the masses. God with my money, gluttony was too attractive. Reincarnated. Another life that placed me as a black woman in a chilling circuit. Seductive vocalist as the promoter hit the curtains. My voice was angelic, straight from heaven, the crowd saw. A musical genius, what the articles emphasized. Had everything I wanted, but I couldn't escape addiction. Heroin needles had me in fetal position, restricted. Turn on my family, I went wherever cameras be. Cocaine, no private planes for my insanity. Self-indulged, discipline never been my sentiments. I needed drugs to meet an eight ball was like penicillin. Fuck love, my happiness was in that brown sugar. Sex and melodies gave me hope when nobody's looking. My first assistant was a small town scholar. Never did a quaalude till I got myself around her. My daddy looked the other way, he saw sin in me. I died with syringes pinched in me. Reincarnated. My present life is Kendrick Lamar, a rapper looking at the lyrics to keep you in awe. The only factor I respected was raising the bar. forgive him. I'm old enough to understand the way I was living. Ego and pride had me looking at him with resentment. I close my eyes, hoping that I don't come off contentious. I'm yelling, Father, did I finally get it right? Everything I did was selfless. I spoke freely when the people needed me. I helped them. I didn't go, even told them no. When the vultures came, took control of my fleshly body when the money changed. Son, you do well, but your heart is closed. I can tell residue that linger from your past. Create yourself. Father, I'm not perfect. I got urges, but I hold them down. But your pride has to die. Okay, Father, show me how. Tell me every deed that you've done and what you do it for. I kept 100 institutions paid. Okay, tell me more. I put 100 hoods on my stage. Okay, tell me more. I'm trying to push peace in LA, but you love me. No, I don't. Oh, yes, you do. Okay, then tell me the truth. Every individual is only a version of you. How can they forgive when there's no forgiveness in your heart? I could tell you where I'm going. I can tell you who you are. You fell out of heaven because you was anxious. Didn't like authority. The only search to be heinous. Isaiah 14 was the only thing that was prevalent. My greatest music director was you. It was colors, it was pinks, it was reds, it was blues, it was harmony, emotion. I sent you down to earth because you
Get
was
that bag, homie.
rehabilitation, not psychosis. But now we here now. Centuries you manipulated, man, with music. Embodied you as superstars to see how you're moving. Came a long way from garnishing evilish views. And all I ever wanted from you was love and approval. I learned a lot, no more putting these people in fear. The more that word is diminished, the more it's not real. The more light that I can capture, the more I can feel. I'm using words for inspiration as an idea. So can you promise that you won't take your gifts for granted? I promise that I'll use my gifts to bring understanding. For every man, woman, and child, how much can you vow? I vow my life just to live one in harmony now. You crushed a lot of people, keeping their thoughts in captivity. And I'm ashamed that I ever created that enemy. Then let's rejoice where we at. I rewrote the devil's story just to take our power back, carnated.
So that's a rendition. Pretty sick. This is a rendition too.
Yeah, I'm throwed off. Ain't about the money, I'ma blow it all. I made my own lane, let's roll.
What up, yes?
Yeah, I'm going off. Ain't got a whole lot, but I'ma show it off. Better recognize game, let's roll. Yeah, now let me welcome you to my small town. Big trucks in the yard, big bucks on the wall, country folks all around. How I was raised, 808 drums quaking, they shake that box 88, and the dope boys hotter than Hell's Gate. But I still in the shade with a fold-out chair with a 30-pack on the back of that tailgate. A-L-A-B-A-M-A. I'm off, I might be in the lake. I might go to Talladega and see me a race and bring me a case.
Appreciate it.
In the case I'm getting throwed off. Yeah, I'm throwed off. Ain't about the money, I'ma blow it all. I made my own lane, let's roll. Yeah, I'm going on. Ain't got a whole lot, but I'ma show it all. Better recognize game, let's roll. And I'm all the way throwed off. Z71, take the ball off. Dip the Masio with a mullet mohawk. Yeah, with a bright orange hat and a bag underneath.
Nah,
that
this ain't me, bro.
Yeah, but
This ain't me. This is a rendition of Yellow Wolf.
split you like a bowling ball, spit you in my overall.
It's Yellow Wolf, Let's Roll, 1950 soul
Got a
version.
couple folks that do it to you for the hundo. And when the elephant feet rumble,
Sounds pretty
that Dixie
good to me.
gonna fall off the console. You don't wanna have a convo with not understanding balance language. Like hollering ain't it, but I gonna paint it so it won't be gold. Oh, yeah, I'm gold on. Ain't about the money, I'ma blow it all.
Bro, if this was me, I wouldn't be on YouTube. I'll be out touring. Yeah, that's where it's at, bro. Go worldwide with it. These dudes don't get paid no more making tracks. They get paid when they tour.
I'm just a kid that rocks. I'm just a boy with a dream that bet it all with the last bill that I hid in my socks. Used to keep a 22.
Especially now with AI, man. AI just grabs whatever and can change it.
White trash and all.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
take us all the way to the top and then laugh it off. Like how the fuck did I get a catalog with more hits than a fucking jackhammer dog? Cause I planned it all. Crimson tide standing tall. Shit, I'm another lit cannonball. Fuck around and now I'm going off and now I'm getting throwed up.
they even fucking with the dead. They did a Prince re-edition. I've never heard this. This is the first time playing this.
Dig, if you will, the picture of you and I engaged in a kiss. The sweat of your body covers me. Can you, my darling, can you picture this? Dream if you can, the courtyard, an ocean of violets and blue.
Turn that down.
Animals strike curious poses. They feel the heat between me and you. How can you just leave me standing alone in a world that's so cold, so cold?
Damn.
Maybe I'm just too demanding. Maybe I'm just like my father, too bold. Maybe you're just like my mother. She's never satisfied. She's never satisfied. Why do we scream at each other? This what it sounds like when doves cry. Touch if you will my stomach.
They put a little bit too much on that one. Oh, shit. That's a good one. That's a good one, yes.
Big lights on the stage tonight. Smoke rising, velvet shining. Yeah, they watching every step I make. All eyes on me in this golden haze. They say I move like trouble. Nobody knows who to trust. Shadows whisper in the alley, trying to sound just like us. They talk about storms coming, but they don't feel the fire. Cowards fade in the darkness while my flame climbs high. If you're still riding, call me when you see the glow. Let the devils watch me rise from the smoke below. Rolling through the city with the brothers by my side. Every corner turns silent when we glide. I'm living large, no dreams in my eyes. Chasing fortune through the night under amber skies. When they're reaching for the spotlight, vanishing like steam. Money sharp like a razor in a midnight dream. They depend on me, heartbeat after heartbeat. Hold me down for a moment, but never see defeat. Four coats and a low rider, mashing the breeze. And every passerby whispers our name through the trees. All eyes on me in this old jazz club glow. Living like a king in a world so cold. All eyes on me as the story unfolds. Trouble spins through the world, nobody feels the strain. Every day moves faster like smoke out in the rain. Caught between love, survival, and the weight I hold. Chips on the table, pockets heavy with the stories told. Lost in a land with no plan but my will. Crime shadows on the pavement, but my heart stays still. People talk big, but crumble when the truth arrives. I drift off the curb as the neon lights revive. Nervous hands make me carry steel for the night. Chasing paychecks and champagne drinks in the pale moonlight. Parasites creep, but my spirit keeps rolling. Been to hell and back alone, still golden. Money runs this game, power spins a rest. And half these fools don't know how to handle the test. What can I do, what can I say? Another smoky day, gin on the table, jazz horns leading the way. All eyes on me, living bold until I'm gone. Walking through the fire with a vintage song. All eyes on me. Ooh, I keep moving on. Yeah, they watch from the shadows, plotting on my fall. Wondering if I rise again or lose it all. Charges on the table, lawyers playing the game. Judge heard my story, said I walked through flames. Cold as a kid, harder as I grew. Calling shots from a phone with a smoke-filled view. Money in my coat, law on my back. Living rough, riding fast on a midnight track. Cases stacking up, life in the fast lane. Grinding every sunrise just to outrun the pain. Top down, when I'm burning through the chrome. Keep your head up, this world ain't home. Cash and mandatory, pressure never rests. Living in a world built with vests and tests. Eyes on the prize, on the meal I chase. Riches on the horizon as I pick up the pace. All eyes on me till the curtain falls tonight. Lost all my faith in the golden light. All eyes on me. Ooh, I'm rising. Smoky night.
Damn. That's a good one.
once again, like every other war we had UFOs. It was determined that if the UFOs did not show any type of hostile action toward us, that we would not shoot at them. This right here is a 1944 document that clearly shows that there would be officer and a team of personnel, and this officer and team of personnel would go ahead with crash aircraft, take control of them.
Today on Cosmic Disclosure, we have Sergeant Clifford Stone, who has many experiences in the military dealing with extraterrestrials. Sergeant Stone, welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir. It's my pleasure to be here.
What is the United States Army's interplanetary research?
It was the United States Army
just watching some
Interplanetary
fucking
Research
UFO
unit,
shit.
That wasn't a unit. This was a group of field grade officers, and I'm sure there's much more to it, but they would meet in a certain room in the Pentagon. Its whole purpose was to go ahead and try to work with the exploitation of the advanced technology that's coming to them, to create a program in which they could go ahead and make a rocket that would, in fact,
It's
go to
all
the
love,
moon,
man. All
come back to
community
Earth
support,
safely.
you know.
But they had to get this information from debris of crashed UFOs and things of this sort.
So who was part of this unit and why was it created?
Well, actually, in 1942, Douglas MacArthur asked General Doolittle to go ahead and find out what was behind all these reports of foo fighters. They were seeing them in the European theater, and they were seeing them in the Pacific theater. The Allied command,
man, they was bringing
was
these
to the
motherfuckers
point
down
where
in the 40s.
acknowledging they
Telling
were
you.
real.
This
They
shit's all
existed.
adding up.
And they concluded that there were some new advanced technologies of the Axis powers, but they had shown no signs of hostility yet. Doolittle came back and told MacArthur that we had spectators of this worldwide event we called the Second World War, who did not originate from this planet. And of course, he stated in outer space, they didn't know things about multidimensional, interdimensional possibilities at that time.
I don't know if
So they concluded that these were
what I ate
in fact,
last night registers
interplanetary
as
visitors,
healthy,
probably from
but
Mars or Venus.
Did they know back then that they were coming back and forth already to the Earth?
No, they didn't know
Yeah.
about it at that time.
Good looking
because
out.
There was no real
Health
intelligence
as well.
organization
Health as
in
well.
the U.S. government until just before the Second World War. Then when that came into being, then, you know, it was MacArthur who he had to get up and go, and he wanted to know what these things were. So they hit up on that. It was MacArthur. Remember, the Air Force didn't exist at the time.
Right, but the Army.
It was the Army Air Corps. And the Air Force would not come into existence until the National Security Act of 1947. So with with this being the Army Air Corps, the Army
I'm
still
still
had
at the bottom of that
you
one.
know, control over everything along those lines.
Still at the bottom.
There were enemy aircraft that got shot down. Of course, we were always interested in trying to find out
I got like
any
600,
new
600 right now.
technologies that might be involved in the aircraft the Axis powers were using.
Right.
And there was no special order given about, okay, Chap Zero went down here. We need a special team to go out and get that retrieval on that craft. It would be who was ever out there, get it, bring it back. Then we would have.
I wonder why he ain't say Leonard's name. They got to be the same age. He said whoever was responsible to go get it. That dude Leonard Springfield was. What up, Neil? That's crazy. He probably know more than he wanted to let go.
Take a look at it. That changed after MacArthur found out that these were not just events where aircraft went down. There were some craft that may actually have some very unique things on them.
So what did they discover?
Well, they discovered that there were certain craft that were not generic to this planet. Now it became necessary from the time they were discovered to the time they were delivered to a rear echelon area where experts could go over them to be specialized by a specialized team. So it would no longer be to the foot soldier that was out there to get it back to an area where they could package it and send it back to a safe haven area. Now they needed that special team. This right here is a 1944 document that clearly shows that there would be an officer and a team of personnel, and this officer and team of personnel would go ahead with crashed aircraft, take control of them, and get them back to that safe haven area.
And who's in charge of these people?
Well, in this instance, it would actually have been MacArthur, because this is from the Pacific. And the interesting thing, if you had an ID card, you got your picture on it. You got your signature on it. This made it clear that it introduces the fact that this officer is the one that's in charge. He's going to take charge of that crash aircraft. And we're going to move it back to a safe haven area in the rear where experts can look at it. Prior to that,
makes sense. That makes sense why he didn't say
What's the
Leonard's
significance
name.
of this document?
Well, prior to that time,
Leonard was probably responsible for the ones on
actually,
land.
this came into being in 1942, but all the way up to 42, you know, it didn't matter who had access to that crashed aircraft. It didn't matter how it got back to a safe haven area, if it ever got back to a safe haven area. They could look at it at the field and do what we call field exploitation of that craft, then move on. This right here made it to the point where now there were specialized people trained in the specialty of moving that craft from where it was located to a safe haven area in the rear where experts could look at it and exploit the technology that was in that craft or on that craft. This was technology that was not technology that originated on this planet.
Did they reverse engineer any of this technology?
Actually, from the onset, they started to go ahead and find out certain things.
What type of things?
I don't know for a fact. I can't prove it, but you'll hear stories coming out of Vietnam about them having enemy soldiers on the ground. All of a sudden, they disappeared when a helicopter would go over and shoot like a beam of light down to some of these enemy soldiers. Those were known as lasers. And they were military strength lasers that could go ahead and cut through metal and really totally disintegrate a person. Now, whether we use those in Vietnam or these were just stories because people knew those weapons were in existence, I don't know. I do know that during Vietnam, once again, like every other war we had UFOs. And we were told, our people were told, you identify these as unidentified aircraft or enemy helicopters. Keyword, not unidentified helicopter, but enemy helicopters. We went ahead, we monitored them, we tried to go ahead and intercept them. The word was don't shoot them because they could be Allied aircraft, Allied helicopters on friendly missions. But when you have a helicopter that an F-105 Thundertruck could not go ahead and catch up with, that's some helicopter.
It's amazing.
So during the whole course of the war, we never got, officially, we never got any photographs of the enemy helicopters or unidentified aircraft. We picked them up on radar. We tried every attempt we could to get photographs of them. But on June 30th, 1968, there was a meeting held at MACV headquarters. The subject was the unidentified flying objects, not enemy helicopters or unidentified aircraft, but UFOs, unidentified flying objects that was being observed there in Vietnam, and as to what we should do about it. The decision from that meeting would determine whether, when we came across UFOs, would we engage them with fire to try to bring them down. It was determined that if the UFOs did not show any type of hostile action toward us, that we would not shoot at them. We would make attempt with special aircraft to try to make to take photographs of them.
Nah.
To date, the meeting itself, the minutes of the
They
meeting,
were shooting at him.
and the conclusions reached there and the recommendations are still classified.
So,
Project Blue Fly, they were the actual recovery teams that went out and did the recovery of these objects. Pretty much like the aftermath of this right here. Now, the situation is that now they were bringing back objects of non-U.S. origin, of non-origin of any planet, and we were exploiting that technology. And we made headway. I mean, take a look at all the advantages since the Second World War to present day. We have actually progressed technologically almost 200 years ahead of our time, technologically, as to where we should be now.
Horse and buggy to the moon.
Absolutely. And the whole situation is, here it was, Kennedy said, by the end of this decade, we are going to the moon. Not because it is easy, because it is hard. Now, with that being said, Kennedy knew, but he was killed before he had a chance to get it out. And I think he's going to make it clear we're going to do it. NASA, who wasn't privy to all this information, is doing their own little thing to get it with the Apollo project, to get us to the moon and get our people back safely. The United States Army in the late 1950s was working on a program to where we would have a manned expedition to the moon by 1960. They were also planning to have a 12-man moon base, permanent moon base, by 1963, June of 1963. We also knew that our weapons here on Earth would not work on the moon as effectively as they work here on Earth. So we went ahead and developed, once again, the United States Army, we developed weapon systems that would be very effective against any enemy we might find on the moon. And the documents that are talking about this made it clear that if it was Soviet troops or something else. Now, all of this sounds like who you pull out of the air or from science fiction movie. What I'm talking to you about right now are documents most American people do not even know exist. And this technology wasn't a dream. It existed before the Russians got their satellite, Sputnik 1, October the 4th, 1957. Before they got it out in space, the United States Army launched a missile, a rocket, that went out 5,000 miles out in space and came back to Earth. Now, who got upset and angry when they found out this happened? And we let the Russians get that satellite up there before us. None other than at the time, Senator Lyndon Baines Johnson.
Damn.
Because now he knew that we had the technology to put a satellite up there before the Russians did. Is that they cannot train remote viewing. We can go ahead and train that. And the people who think that we ended that program, they're full of hooey. We still are working on that program, the remote viewing. It was much more effective than what we told the public. To try to cover it up and keep it from Congress, when they found out about MK Ultra, the CIA destroyed thousands of documents. Why? To keep them from falling into the hands of members of Congress.
Because then they'd cut their budget.
They would, but the whole situation is, what a lot of people don't know, even when it comes to the UFO programs, and there's more of which I don't even know or understand, these are black funded. They are money that is taken, the money is accounted for. Hey, we're
Yeah, man, he went all over the place in the back end of that one. Wild ass truck.
What serious bottomless hole in the ground somewhere in rural Washington state? Did this vertical drop actually lead to a portal or gateway that would take anything that ventured down into it to another world or realm of existence, or perhaps even another point in time? And why might the authorities be seemingly interested in this location, so much so that they put it off limits to the landowner himself? I'm Marcus Louth, and welcome to Mysterium. I've researched and written about all aspects of the paranormal and anomalous world for years. So join me for this jaw-dropping exploration into the depths of the earth and so-called Mel's Hole. So just what is Mel's Hole? Well, this apparent strange anomaly somewhere just outside of Ellensburg in the state of Washington first came to light on the radio show Coast to Coast, when Mel Waters contacted the show's host, Art Bell, to tell her the strange well-like hole he had discovered on his property. Waters would inform Bell that the hole was approximately 9 feet in diameter and had a brick retaining wall inside that extends to around 15 feet down.
Damn.
Waters would further offer that he, like the previous owners, as well as some of his neighbours, use the hole as a makeshift trash dump, often throwing various garbage and unwanted items to this dark depths. However, no matter what was tossed into the hole, Waters began to realise he never heard anything reach the bottom, as if each object just kept descending into eternal nothingness. When he spoke to his neighbours about the hole in his property, he was informed that no one could recall who had built it, simply that it had always been there. The more Waters dwelled on this, he began to realise that if all of this rubbish had been dumped into the hole for many years, why wasn't it overspilling out of the hole? Ultimately, just how deep was it? It was at this point when Mel began to experiment and carry out several tests in an attempt to find the answers he was looking for. To do this, Mel would attach a weight to one of his fishing lines and then unreel it down the well. The first of these was a length of around 4,500 feet, and much to his surprise, when he had unreeled the line fully, he still had not reached the bottom. Next, Mel attached lifesavers to the end of the line, questioning if water might be at the bottom of the seemingly vast reaches of the hole. If this was the case, then the lifesavers could dissolve upon contact in the water. However, when he reeled this line back up, the lifesavers were still completely intact. Now, even more perplexed than he was when he began the experiment, Mel used increasing lengths of fishing line in an attempt to set the weight to the bottom of the hole. However, by the time it was an astonishing 80,000 feet down, an equivalent of 15 miles, he had still not managed to reach the bottom. At this point, Mel had no further fishing lines to attempt to reach any deeper.
Damn.
He had, though, noticed other strange details while carrying out his experiments. His pet dogs, for example, refused to go anywhere near the hole,
Shit,
even when he attempted to forcibly lead them there.
I don't blame it.
In fact, with this in mind, he realised he hadn't seen any animals or wildlife anywhere near the hole, not even a bird. Once more, Mel would speak to his neighbours to see if they too had experienced any of their animals reacting strangely near the hole, and some of them agreed they had. However, it was during these inquiries that one of his neighbours unveiled a particularly unsettling and mind-blowing
They felt the energy
revelation.
out of that hole.
According to what Mel was told, one of his neighbour's dogs had passed away some years previously, and he had taken the decision to dispose of the body down the hole. To his absolute disbelief, several days later, he saw his dog, which he recognised by its distinct collar, very much alive and walking through nearby woodland. Even stranger, when he called out to the dog, his one-time pet ignored him. Indeed, the neighbour would continue there was no recognition at all. There were also other bizarre details, perhaps not least that radio broadcasts would not only experience intense static interference, but would seemingly pick up broadcasts some years earlier, as it did when Mel believed he was listening to a modern baseball game, only to quickly realise the broadcast was from 1967. It was at this point in February 1997 that Mel Waters contacted the previously mentioned Art Bell. He would eventually speak with Bell live on the Coast to Coast radio show. However, almost immediately after doing so, things went from perplexing to downright disturbing. The day after the broadcast, Mel returned to his...
He opened up a portal.
However, upon arriving, he found that he was blocked from entering, and he was blocked by a heavily armed military unit. This unit informed Mel that access to the property and the land around it was forbidden due to a plane crash. Mel, though, could find no details or news reports of any such crash. Ultimately, despite attempts to get clarification on just what was happening, Mel claimed he was blackmailed with threats of discovering narcotics on his property if he didn't comply. Mel would further tell Bell that as well as the unit on the ground, there was a significant helicopter presence over the property for several days. Whatever it was they were looking for, it was seemingly a serious operation. And Mel had to assume that this sudden interest by this military unit was a direct result of him appearing on Bell's radio show. Around a week later, according to what a neighbour told Mel, one evening shortly after Mel had found himself barred from his property,
He shouldn't have talked about it. That's wild, man. He started talking on the radio, and yep, there goes that.
Shone upwards from the land, as if coming from the ground itself. When Bell updated his audience with these latest revelations, debate began as to just what was taking place there, with some listeners offering the area as particularly rife with UFOs, while others suggested a strange being could be the sign of a portal existing on the land, perhaps one that led to another time. We might recall the radio picking up past broadcasts, for example. When Bell sent a broadcast team to investigate the area, although they didn't find the hole itself, they did discover the area and land where Mel Waters claimed his events had unfolded. And of more concern to us here, they could see evidence of military activity, military-style blueprints and the tyre tracks of heavy-duty vehicles. Indeed, there appeared little doubt that something truly profound was going on. Then, an already strange and baffling affair seemingly turned even darker. Mel had promised Bell that he would appear on the show again to offer further updates of any information he could obtain from his neighbours. However, after that pre-arranged date came and went, it appeared Mel had just vanished into thin air. Not only did he not arrive at the studio to speak with Bell as promised, he was not picking up his phone or responding to messages. Then, around 3 years later, he suddenly appeared out of the blue with another enthralling tale to tell. He claimed that not long after he spoke with Bell, he was approached by a mysterious individual and offered $3 million to lease his land to an unknown person or group. However, part of the deal was that he had to sign an official document preventing him from speaking of the deal or the events on his land, as well as having to leave the United States and not return. With nothing to lose, Mel agreed to the deal and began a new life in Australia. However, after 2 years, he began to grow immensely homesick and made the decision to return to the United States, only temporarily, to visit family and friends.
I'm tripping out right
While
now.
he was there, however, he contacted Bell once more
Not
and
over
agreed to
this.
speak with him on the
This
radio.
is like interesting,
However,
but
this interview would never happen. Mel would later
I keep
tell Bell
seeing the
that on the day he was
shadow
due to speak with him, he was
moving through
traveling
the
by
cracks
bus
of
to
the
visit a
door.
family member. However, at some point during the journey,
tripping me
the
out.
bus was stopped by some kind of patrol unit. The last thing Mel claims to remember is of
I'm the only
passengers
one
being
here.
told to move to another bus. Then he blacked out. When he awoke, he found himself in an alleyway. He quickly discovered he was in San Francisco in California, and what's more, 12 days had passed. He further discovered that his wallet and keys had seemingly been taken, and he had puncture marks on his arm suggesting he had received some kind of injection. Even more alarming, he also claimed his back teeth had been removed.
Damn.
Then things turned even more ominous. He was officially served papers informing him that his property was being taken from him due to illegal construction, all of which he had not been responsible for. Of even more concern, his entire bank account was simply empty with no explanation offered by his bank. It appeared that those who offered him the deal to disappear had made good on their threats if he was to return. Despite this, Mel's unnerving adventures were not over. He was soon contacted by representatives from a Native American tribe from Nevada, who had also learned of his accounts. They invited him to come to their reservation, where they too had access to a seemingly very similar bottomless hole. The hole itself was close to the reservation on a Bass settlement in the region. According to what Mel was told, the hole was there when the first Bass people settled into the area at the start of the 19th century, and so we might assume it was there for a long time before that. Although this hole had almost the exact dimensions of the opening as a hole on his land, when Mel was near to it, he could feel intense heat coming from it as well as from the ground around it. With this in mind, the group decided to use ice in their first experiment, lowering a bucket of ice cubes down the hole and keeping a bucket of ice cubes with them at the surface. When the ice in this bucket had fully melted, They raised the bucket of ice from the hole.
How would they know?
To their amazement, not only had the ice not melted, when they touched it, it was no longer cold or wet, instead feeling like huge grains of sand or a large salt crystal. Even stranger, when the group tried to melt the ice, the cubes caught fire, and stranger still, they would continue to burn for several months. They repeated this experiment multiple times, finding that approximately 1/3 of the time, instead of melting as it should do, the ice was seemingly dried and heated and turned into some kind of burnable fuel.
What?
Eventually, the group decided to lower a living entity down the hole and settled upon one of the sheep in the area.
Oh,
and very much
shit.
like Mel's pet dog, the closer the sheep's crate was taken to the hole, the more anxious and agitated the sheep got.
Of course,
After
man.
lowering
Ain't
it
trying
down
to
the hole,
fucking.
the group suddenly noticed
Ain't
a
trying to go in no
humming
black
sound,
hole.
as if some kind of activity was taking place. After around half an hour, they raised the crate back to the surface. When they examined, although it appeared unharmed, it was clearly dead. They immediately performed an autopsy on the dead animal in order to try and establish just what had killed it. They quickly realized they were dealing with something completely out of the ordinary. As they parted the flesh to examine inside the sheep, they could clearly see that it appeared as though it had been thoroughly cooked, if only on the inside. Even stranger, a huge tumor-like mass was found to be taking
My
up
condolence
almost the
goes
entire
out to you,
cavity
brother.
space of the dead sheep.
You know?
However, much to their horror, when they went to examine this apparent tumor, they could clearly see something moving inside it. Despite this, they decided to make an
Kick
incision
it with
into
me,
the
bro.
mass.
Kick it with me on the
When
live.
they did so, they were all more than shocked by what they were seeing. Inside was a bizarre creature that looked very similar to an unborn seal that had an umbilical cord-like appendage attached to it. To their
Man, you lost me with all this. They just dropping whatever they want to drop in there to see what the fuck's gonna happen. I don't know how, but shit, just what the fuck was I just listening to, dude? That shit was unreal. Unreal.
Oh, weakness. You gotta get together. Little honey, be humble. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Sugar, sit down. Hold up, the honey, hold up, the honey. Be humble. Hold up, sit down. The honey, be humble. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Sit down. Hold up, be humble. Be humble. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Be humble. Be humble. Sit down. Be humble. Hey, I remember syrup sandwiches and crime allowances. Vanessa and I go with some counterfeits, but now I'm counting this. Parmesan where my accountant lives. In fact, I'm down in this. Do say with my friends. I'm let out the room and then I'm out again. I'm 10 toes down. I'm out the blue. I'm out the loop. My left stroke just went viral. Right stroke put baby in a spiral soprano. See, we like to keep it on a high note. It's levels 2 of you and I know. Honey, be humble. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Be humble. Sit down. Be humble. Sit down. Be humble. Who that fella thinking that he frontin' on man? Get the funk on my stage, I'm the sand, man. Get the funk on my way, that's a 10, man. I can make a post about a girl and make her famous. I can take a girl to the hills and make her blameless. Yeah, I got royalty inside my DNA. Coke and quarter, please, got war and peace inside my DNA. I got power, poison, pain, and joy inside my DNA. I got hustle, though, ambition, flow inside my DNA. Yeah, I was born like this since 1.5 G unit in my Nike years. In the project with the goldies and the braids. Back when my only worry was the raid. Now I'm on a billboard, everybody wants to be my friend. In a limousine with the tinted windows in the back with the bended ends. And I'm on a mission, let me show you how it goes. Don't be talking like you know me, fellow, you don't know my flows. Don't be talking like you know me, fellow, you don't know my name. I'm the king of the world, put the crown on my head. I'm the king of the game. Sit down, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Be humble, hold up, sit down, hold up, be humble, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Sit down, hold up, be
That one jams. That one jams.
whoa, forever bound, deep soul, baby. Yeah, yeah. I'm an animal, I'm a force, I'm a dog, I'm a wolf, I'm a king, I'm a spark. I'm a man, I'm a soldier, I'm a warrior, I'm a seeker, I'm a hunter, I'm a traveler. I'm a survivor, I'm a fighter, I'm a champion, I'm a legend, I'm an icon, I'm a star. I'm a question, I'm a fire, I'm a danger. I'm a vision, I'm a shadow, I'm a storm. It's gonna rain, it's gonna rain, it's gonna rain. I can feel it, I can feel it. It's gonna rain, it's gonna rain, it's gonna rain. I can feel it, I can feel it. Everything I touch, I shape it. Everything I see, I claim it. Everything I want, I earn it. Everything I say, I mean it. Everything I do it bold. Everything I have, I give it all. Everything I am, I'm loyal. Everything I love, I stand for. It's gonna rain. 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 I can feel it. I can feel it. It's gonna rain. It's gonna rain. It's gonna rain. It's gonna rain. I can feel it. I'm the one they fear, I'm the one they doubt, I'm the one they trust, I'm the voice they shout, I'm the one they need, I'm the one they call, I'm the one who rises when the walls fall, I'm the one they watch, I'm the one they follow, I'm the one remember they forget tomorrow, I'm the echo, I'm the sign, I'm the moment frozen in time. It's gonna rain, it's gonna rain, it's gonna rain. I can feel it, I can feel it.
I never heard this rendition. It's DMX, The Rain. Something different.
I'm the sun in the rain. I'm the pulse of the world. I'm the heat and the flame. I'm the truth in the mirror. I'm the breath in the chest. I'm the first at the table. I'm the last one left. I'm the beginning and the end. The circle complete. I'm the rhythm of the road. The sound of the street. I'm the spirit of the dog. Proud and free, and the soul keeps walking with me. It's gonna rain, it's gonna rain, it's gonna rain. I can feel it, I can feel it. It's gonna rain, it's gonna rain. I can feel it, I can feel it, yeah, yeah.
Nah, man, that's hard to see DMX in that light. That was a good song, but it's just hard to see DMX getting that soulful like that, screaming.
I see no changes. Wake up in the morning and I ask myself, is life worth living?
Nah, we ain't going that route. That's a classic. What up, True Q?
Be yourself, cause I'm tryna be me. And I've been that way ever since the age of 3. Light it up, paddock gas. Hey, got my eyes red, ain't no visor. Riding in the car, got my mind clean. Windows up, can't let them see. Hot box, light it up, paddock gas. Hey, got my eyes red, ain't no visor. Riding in the car, got my mind clean. Windows up,
It's
can't
all
let them
good.
see. Hot box.
Appreciate the watch time, though.
I was eating off the dollar menu, counting up change. Now I'm talking long-term money, everything changed. Mama said, baby, stay patient, stick to your books. Now I'm plotting out a crib with the panoramic looks. Used to take the bus, rain on the place, writing little rhymes, trying to turn pain into cash. Teacher told me, wake up, stop chasing that fame. Now the same last name on the back of my chain. I remember thrift store fits, holes in the soul. Now the tailor taking measures when I walk through the door. Still the same heart, same friends, same street, just a little more faith, little fat. I was eating off the dollar menu, counting up change. Now I'm talking long-term money, everything
Shit
changed.
just
Mama
skipped.
said, baby, stay patient.
What the
Stick
fuck?
to your books. Now I'm plotting out a crib.
This shit just
Panoramic
skipped.
looks. Used to take the bus, headphones on.
How is that possible?
Writing little rhymes, trying to turn pain into cash. Teacher told me, wake up, stop chasing that fame. Now the same last name on the back of my
This shit literally
chain.
just
I remember
skipped.
thrift store fits, holes in the soul. Now the tailor taking measures when I walk through the door. Still the same heart, same friends, same street, just a little more faith, little fire in my feet. They was laughing at the vision, now they all on a team. I was grinding in the nighttime, chasing that dream. Said I pull up one day, doors up, plain white tee. Thank God I ain't quit, now the picture is me, yeah. Lambo dreams, I was riding in the backseat. Now I'm headed where the dash red dash beat. Came from nothing but the hope and a pencil. All gas in my soul, that's the engine. Lambo dreams.
That's wild, man. That's wild. That shit skipped on its own.
I'm representing photo leaders all across the world. Still rolling through the city in them low-rise girls. Still taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets, it's the DRE. I'm representing photo leaders all across, still rolling through the city in
What up,
them
BB?
low-rise girls. Still taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets, it's the DRE. Since the last time you heard from me, it's West Coast dreams, peace and unity, legacy, yeah, we stay clean. Still I'm keeping my eyes on the prize, even though a lot of people criticize, but I'm still maintaining my vision, stay the same, keep it moving. Make sure my whole team shines. Since I left, not much change, still in the game. And I'm still the same, though the times have changed. Still counting my steps, still making classics. Still got the best view in the house, watching reactions. Still taking the time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets, it's the DRE. I'm representing for those leaders all across. Still rolling through the city in them low-rise girls. Still taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets, it's the DRE. I'm representing for those leaders all across. Still rolling through the city in them low-rise girls. Still taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets, it's the DRE. Hey, it's funny how some people think I'm done, but I'm just warming up and I'm far from gone. Still focused, still hungry, still got the spark. Still with the same old crew lighting up the dark. Still making the music that you love to hear. Still got the same smooth sound, crystal clear. Still holding the crown of the West Coast sound. Still standing tall while the world
Yeah,
spins
how'd that work
around.
out?
Taking the time to
How did that work out? Or you haven't tried it yet?
for the streets. It's the DRE. I'm representing. representing for those leaders all across, still rolling through the city in a low rise girl, still taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets, it's the DRE. I'm representing for those leaders all across, still rolling through the city in a low
Shout out
rise
to
girl, still taking my time to perfect the beat.
I'm telling you, it's gonna take the sandwich to the next level. It's gonna take it to the next level.
Long road since I stepped away, but I'm back now. Still doing it my way, still the same old soul with the time is close. Still with the same old crew, letting greatness grow. Still making the hits, still moving ahead, still got the same old flow inside.
I'll be right back. I'm not going nowhere, just gotta get off camera.
And I still got love for the streets, so it's the DRE, right on. Feel the sound, timeless soul, forever bound. We still here, still moving strong, still DRE. The groove lives on. California knows how to party. California knows how to party. In the city of LA. In the city of good old Watts. In the city of Compton. We keep it rockin', we keep it rockin'. Now let me welcome everybody to the Wild Wild West, a state that's legendary, standing strong like the best. The rhythm hits your soul like a heartbeat in your chest. Stay sharp, stay ready in the city full of tests. We in that sunshine state where the good vibes breathe. The state where you never find a dance floor empty. Dreamers on a mission for the gold. Smooth talk, big plans, timeless souls. I've been in the game for many years, making classic tunes. Ever since style was silk and perfume. Now the light shine bright and I watch my way. Golden moments glowing night and day, it's all good. From Diego to the Bay, your city shines bright when your city finds its way. Raise your hand if you feel the same way. Dre laying it down for California, hey, California knows how to party. California, California knows how to party. In the city of good old LA. In the city of good old Watts. In the city of Compton. Keep it rockin', keep it rockin'. Shake it, baby. Shake it, mama. Shake it,
what? Watch it now.
Shake it, baby. Shake it, mama. Shake it, Cali. Fresh new start, California dreaming. As soon as I step in the light, I hear the city singing. Chasing inspiration and living free. The life of a west side, so where the brave believe. Only in Cali where the streets come alive. In LA we walk proud with a class of stride. Dressed in shades and timeless suits, we ride smooth and slow. Moving with rhythm everywhere we go. Known around the world for the sound we provide. Let them recognize from Long Beach to Rosecrans ride. Grooving and swaying like a slow jam night. It's west side. Already know we stand with pride. Say what you say, but give me that smooth beat from Dre. Let me serenade the streets of LA. From Oakland to Sacktown, the Bay and back down. Cali is where the magic stays around. Give me love. California knows how to party. California, California knows how to party. In the city of LA. In the city of good old Watts. In the city of Compton. Keep it rockin', South Central, Long Beach in the house, Oaktown, Oakland in the house, Frisco. You know LA is in this. Pasadena, where you at? Inglewood, always in the groove. Even Hollywood wants to join the vibe. Sacramento, where you at? Throw it up, y'all. Let's show the world how we do it on the west side. Because you and I know it's the best side. California love, California love. Ooh, California
shows, one day at a time, man. I ain't even worried about it. I ain't worried about it. What? What? Allow me to demonstrate. Nah, it's too rough.
She stands staying true. He out here whipping his Mercedes, fucking with the midnight ladies. The game is cold, but it's gravy. He banging screw. His young girl looking fine. We staying out here on the grind and keeping money on our mind. If you know like I know, you would get down on the floor. I keep a magnum for their back. I keep a swisher full of dro. We can get down for my dime. We can fuck on the low. If you didn't want a pimp, what you fucking with me for? Every lady ain't a hoe. Every hoe ain't my bitch. It take a real trill nigga to recognize this shit. Every girl around me legit. I don't fuck around with no punks. Ride with me, she holding the pistol while I whip and pop the trunk. We gon' blow a lot of skunk. We gon' make a lot of bread. We ain't never gon' have no problems long as she hear what the fuck I said. Pimpin' ain't dead, it just moved to the website. Still like getting sucked under the street lights. I'm Tony Snow. I'm out here living by the code. In love with a lifestyle, not no bitch, I'm in that mode. I'm looking at you, you're choosing me, my dickhead never stopped. I'm Pimp C, bitch, a superstar. We headed to the top, we staying true. He out here whipping his Mercedes, fucking with the midnight ladies. The game is cold, but it's gravy. He banging screw. His young girl looking fine. We stayed out here on the grind and keeping money on our mind. I'm Pimp C, bitch. I'm from the South. You scary hoes don't wanna know what it's about. I stay country true down to the cold. Get good like uncut blow. In your nose, in your jaws. Tighten up, bitch, don't pause. Candy nigga drive, candy cars. Fuck the DA, fuck the law. I fuck with snow, but I love a pro like flatbackers. I'm a Cadillac on parole, well I'm a pistol packer. Drug sold, powder jacker. Get with me if she a money stacker. Bitch around me, man, I'm a man. He's staying true. He out here whipping his Mercedes, fucking with the midnight ladies. The game is cold, but it's gravy. He banging screw.
Damn, they cut it off.
Lightning crashes, a new mother cries. Her placenta falls to the floor. The angel opens her eyes. The confusion sets in before the doctor can even close the door. Lightning crashes and no mother dies.
That's too deep. I'll change the track, dog. Yeah, I'll just change it anyways, bro. That's a deep song. That's a deep song. Get some other kind of rhythm going. Wait till the dude start rapping. True. Been raised. Ah. Yeah, for sure.
That's real. People act a different way with me. I feel don't nobody wanna play with me. And that's it. Cause they treat me like a stain on their clothes. The industry on my fault. They treat me like I got a red nose. Red nose. Red nose. They put me down and treat me like I got a red nose. Red nose. Don't make me clown and have to go put on my red nose.
Nah, not yet, bro. I'm gonna call him Monday.
I got my face painted, face painted, at a black dude looking like I got a white tattoo. People thinking that he white tainted by evil, treat you like people wanna beef you when they meet you. People perceive you to be lethal when you ain't see through like tissue. I feel like the industry giving me vivid stupidity when they just
Code to save the response. I ain't know I had to know all that, bro.
Forgiving me when I claim we're strange. Everyone telling me I'm insane, we're brain. I'm an independent, talented individual working, but the industry's the reindeer game, and they call me Rudolph the Red. They know I don't rip a mic, but I chew off the head, spit it at the PDs and DJs and VJs who be gay. You faking, you get through off a ledge. If you tough, we stuff, and homie, trust me, nothing is worse than knowing you're beautiful but get treated like like an ugly duckling. So I'm rocket Dennis, but I'm so polished, nothing can stop me. And it's bad, and I'm bringing the good is not replenished. The fakers who imitate me and mock me finish. We check the mill, yes it's real. Too strange, I don't need your major label record deal. That's real. People act a different way with me. I feel. Don't nobody wanna play with
Talking about 15, but 15.5.002 Texas trust code.
treat me like a stain on their clothes. The industry are my foes. They treat me like I got a red nose.
There's another one, 41.005 property code, but don't.
They put me down and treat me like I got a red nose. Red nose. Don't make me clown and have to go put on my red nose.
Yeah, he spoke to me about that.
They tend to stray away from me because I'm different. And it's been this way with me ever since I was an infant. Other kids were jealous, they say that the look up off of my eyes seem hellish. Never knowing later life I would relish the thought of me balling, living my life and sell it. I blame it on program directors, go and request this, no damn selector. But if you got a lot of domain, they bless you, sure can depress you when you knowing that it ain't nobody better, man. Stuck off in the cold when the bad weather came. Now they gotta see me living it up in cheddar game. Coming from the forever pain to a never rain. So I throw up the finger to everybody who got it.
My thing is if there's something being paid for, like I need to fucking know a physical address if I'm on any kind of documentation. That's what I'm trying to get at is where's the physical address? And I'm about to get some answers on that. See, that came up too. I got it. I'm looking at it right now. Nah, yeah, that's exactly what was requested. a way of getting some information, man. Bro, how is this possible? Look, there's phone numbers now, bro. There's phone numbers to contact the person I'm looking for. Bro, that's the P.O. box. Look, dude. That's the fucking P.O. box. Look, Galveston, bro. You see that shit? What? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I got you. I'm tripping out right now, dude. Tripping out. That's new information. New information. Tripping out. That's too raw. That's too raw. What the fuck did information come from? Where the fuck did that come from? Man said he born on Jupiter. Man, he said I'm born on Jupiter. Earth people. Earth people. Born on Jupiter.
Give it up to the guy that 20-inch ride on every car that he decide to pull live. How you know that my trunk don't pop? Watch it, pop and pause while I get an outside. Roger Broussard, it's far too raw for these little boys to bump and talk Lord. This is Lil Twin, stop, pause, and record. Come on, keep it real, 50-50 go hard. Blood has never ever made me wild. I'm trying to see them up, loud, blow my equalizer. Go live, I intend to do. Platinum food boo when I walk by you. Fendi on my baby girl when she poo. Let's hop in my canoe and scuba dive boo. Do as I do, nigga move your hoodoo. Cause my Lamborghini need parking space too. Drops of rain, left for stain. Only Gucci seats on my drop top train. It's kinda hard to find drop top plane.
Appreciate it. Stay safe.
Top quality, pop all of them keys. Post quality, rap gang jumpy. I'm a ladies man and I'm a Mercedes man. Great lady man, I know they hate it man. Lady man, they been trying to play me man. How about them? Say this man to the grace and then change them. 50 notes diamond eye Ray Ban. Watch me pass like a quarterback three hand. Ooh.
The sun out, not the top is high. Ooh, rock off the light, on glass and shot. Clear day on your block, watch your vibes. Watch 48 on my wrist, speed to stop. Speed to stop, I make when I get the break. Touch your face with my hand, I'll reach your face. Hit the waist, I'm showing spine. 99 hoes all in the line, cute and fine. If you wanna be mine, I'ma say one line and you get behind. Turn to dime, then keep on trying. Broke a horse, college laws, I committed a crime. Born for grind, it's a sign of time. Living wine, sipping wine, and drinks and wine. Whoa.
Oh, wow, you hear me buzzing? You better get your fly swatter. That's how fly I'm about to get. Look. It's Paul Wild, get your mind correct. You better call an ambulance because I'm about to wreck. I know a lot of y'all going about a block event, but not yet. Now wait till I drop the neck, the trunk. Talking chick, jump, hop, and skip. When a bop a chick, jock the whip. I got whips with air shocks and kicks. I rock licks, TVs, watch the 76 hers. Iverson done act the fool. I inspire y'all cats to go back to school. The cream Escalade, but the black is cool. Paint looking like a smoke wet whack as a pool. A pack of two fall while I'm acting fool. Remember back in school they would laugh and do a cap on the pool, even on my rapping rule. Now they take a bath and drool when I act a mule. I act a donkey, horn home for my Amjada and Ferris, cause we used to wear around. She saw my picture and it made a damn. Best week I'm a champ, I should start a camp. I hit more lick, licks to the stamp. When I open my mouth, it looked like a lamp. I was taught never fall in love with a tramp. I made my trunk wave and I called it cramp. I'm seasick, Paul Wallace is stud. I'm babbleless, bleeding out Gucci blood. Holy crud, Paul Wall fires above. My color change click stay thicker than mud. Face the truth, you don't wanna face the coup. Put my fist to your face and erase your tooth. You drop out of jet, make a nigga taste the roof. Spit fire, every day gotta replace a boost. You having a bad day, I'ma make it worse. Put the super soaker to your face and squirt. Bootleggers love, I just make them face the earth. Make them taste the dirt till their braces hurt. Switch, get in the club, no identification. Hoes be running by, listen, never be chasing. Lil twin ducking the law, that boy is amazing. Jump a ball while fence rank, never be racing. Switch, what do you know? Am I loving them? No. All
Nope.
about shoving a hole and doubling dough. Whoa, what do you think? Am I
Nope.
loving this thing? She can't double my bank, she can walk the plank. Switch, third daily, it's your host, Camille. Do you want to spin the wheel of fortune? No. Only thing you see me spinning on is platinum spokes. I'm on jet skis chasing a platinum boat. Switch, King Cooper, they following him. Modeling twins is following twin. Swallowing a whole damn bottle of gin while modeling skin in a holiday inn. Not a nice thug, creeping a night thug. Whole block gets bled every night cuz I leave stains like mud on a white rug. When I'm showing trunks glowing like a damn light bulb. Problem with me, I'm a bob when I weave. I don't care if it's a girl, put a bomb in a weave. Pull up
What
in
up,
a truck
SP?
with a car full of thieves. Street smarts on the level of a Harvard degree. Pardon me, please. I mean, I said, told y'all not to call me a team. I said, I'm the damn super duper Hoover king. I said, woke up on the wrong side of the beach, got wet and I'm pissed. Get up the way and look out for that Bobby Boucher.
Man, who done pissed him off? Who done pissed him off? Shit, all right, true.
Call me Captain Kirk. The boss don't got a job, but he working at work. Can you believe that Dr. Seuss trying to sell me some syrup? Girls tell me they didn't know I was fine like that. Paint must be jelly, cause jam don't shine like that. It's all wild, underestimate, do not start. Still catching boppers even if I drove a cop car. Compound, sleeper, please sir, turn down your speaker. Little twin kick the street sweeper. This song is a keeper. 5 cars deeper, playing duck, duck, goose and follow the leader. Look, switch the house.
50 little twin, I got a constant in my being still. Ain't shit changed.
Yeah, but that's gonna change. Oh, watch out. What is that about? Yeah, with another one on. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. Appreciate it. Just found out some information that's fucking with me. That's why I'm quiet. That caught me by surprise. Yeah. Crazy. Forever. I wonder who he wrote that to. I wonder who he wrote that to. He had to write that for somebody. If it ain't the dude cutting with the saw, it's that dog barking. That's wild, man. Been like that all day. What is that about? What the fuck? Kicked me all the way back out to the main page. Sit down. Watch.
Trust in God's word and believe it, and never pass away. We'll see how it will go, riding on the clouds of joy. These fleeting us with open arms, peace forevermore. I know everything is gonna be alright. God's coming back, like He said He would. Yeah, it's gonna be alright.
Bro, this dog is relentless. Just barking for no reason. Understood. Yeah, it's probably the music. I'm gonna chill on the music for a minute. Appreciate it. Good looking out, Kelly. Something interesting. Appreciate the like. Hit the sub while you're at it. It's all free.
our military and law enforcement people who are quite fed up with this, illegal run operation that's treasonous. I mean, I'll just be flat out put it out there. They are committing treason against the United States. When I tell you that this group are a bunch of sociopaths and psychopaths capable of this, people need to believe it, and not letting those guys get away with their agenda, because this is a 70-year long-term plan that they're coming to a head now, which can be, and you can be executed for that, as you know, by federal law. I think there are certain people who are not going to sit on their hands if the Congress just dithers for another 2, 3, 4 years. Because from a law enforcement point of view, we've been able to prove that these operations are already criminal enterprises. And by the way, anyone who's listening who is an attorney, we're starting our own legal fund to sue all these corporations for these technologies under the civilian RICO provision, racketeering influence corrupt organization. It's been used against the mafia. But I always point out to people, this organization is the world's largest and deadliest mafia. So you can invoke that RICO Act that was passed in 1970 as a civilian organization, which is what we're about to do. And there's a U.S. attorney on our team, federal prosecutor, that when we go to discovery and get evidence, we'll turn over to him the criminal prosecution at that point. So we're not going to sit on our hands. Now, we're encouraging Congress to move quickly, but in the meanwhile, I can tell you there are things afoot that are going to go more quickly. So what I'm trying to do is be sure, and this is why, listen, everyone sitting here listening should write to your member of Congress and your 2 senators, whatever state you're from, and encourage them to pass these laws protecting the witnesses and to hold open hearings. Because I don't think we need to continue this process like at this last small hearing with the 3 guys. So I can't talk about that. I have to be in a SCIF, which is a secure compartmented information facility, top secret facility. No, because these projects should not be afforded any national security protection since they are being run illegally. I think we should take a much more aggressive stand towards fully open hearings on this, which we've been calling for 30 years because they need to hear from the people. They need to hear that the people care about this issue. The most dangerous is their capabilities to stage a alien invasion that would convince everyone it's false, and B, things that they can do geophysically. What I mean by that is I have a knock, a non-official cover, a guy who's deep cover, currently in the system that described this illegal covert group were able to move an asteroid on a trajectory coming from the sun to skim over the Atlantic Ocean and Pacific, cause massive tidal waves and destruction deliberately.
What?
And an ET craft intercepted that and saved our bacon. Now,
What?
I also know that they have systems that they can put on fault lines off the coast of various land masses like California and elsewhere, and they can trigger those. And those can cause massive earthquakes and tsunamis. When I tell you that this group are a bunch of sociopaths and psychopaths capable of this, people need to believe it, and not letting those guys get away with their agenda, because this is a 70-year long-term plan that they're coming to a head now, is a true threat to humans. So those 2 areas are the most disturbing things I have discovered.
This guy's name's Dr.
About
Greer.
this organization, what their plans are and what their capabilities are. These aren't theoretical capabilities.
Dr.
These
Stephen
are
Greer.
actual ones. So to have an organization that's not being overseen by the people or by Congress or the White House, that have those sort of technologies and that kind of malicious intent, we're talking an existential threat to humanity and to our country. And that's why, I left my medical career a few years ago to fix this, because once I learned what was really happening, I was ready to walk away from, whatever it is, 4, 5, 600,000 years as a doctor to fix this problem. And I don't get paid, by the way. Everything we do with this is pro bono. We're sort of philanthropic group. We're supported by donations. And, these films, by the way, you know how we get it? We crowdfund them. The biggest crowdfunded documentaries in history have all been the ones we've done on this. I know that people like Chris Brown and Demi Lovato and Sully Arna, Godsmack, and others have helped, get the word out through their fan base. So a lot of it is having influencers help us get the word out. And I thank you for that. So the illegal secret government used these in clandestine operations, drug running, human trafficking, um, staging false events like abductions so people think the aliens are a threat, and in some cases just normal operational use and testing and development. But they're not used in, if you were to contact the senior folks at the Pentagon, one of the comments that Admiral Wilson said, and also the man I briefed, who was the head of the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, the 3-star General Hughes, he said, look, we can't get any information on this, but the problem is the best thing I have is a B-2 stealth bomber, and this secret government group have things that can do circles around. So they said, what are we going to do? I said, well, you have to get these under control. Now, this is what I've been saying to everyone from the CIA director for Bill Clinton in 93 all the way through the 90s, and I'm still saying it to members of Congress. The good news is that the amnesty bill, if it passes, which after a 6-month period, all those operations would be considered criminal. Then you could put law enforcement in place that goes in and seizes these craft and technologies and the bodies. Well, because they're wise enough to know that if they were to do such a thing, it would create panic and would also be portrayed by the spinmeisters as an alien invasion. See, it's a catch-22. If they were to do what you're suggesting, the public has already been brainwashed about there being a threat from aliens, which is completely not true. But you bring up a very good point. And this is one of the things I had this conversation with these members of Congress about in the last few months, is that any civilization that is thousands to hundreds of thousands of years more advanced than we are, if they were hostile, they would just shut this whole enterprise down and it'd take a fraction of a second. So this is a proof that they're not hostile. They're also very patient, and they don't want to do something that plays into this false narrative of this illegal secret government group. Because let's say they were to do what you're saying, and they come in and they liberate assets or people, or they shut down our capabilities to target them. That would be portrayed as an alien invasion, which is exactly what they're trying to avoid. And that's exactly what everyone in the public has been.
Oh. What's going on, man? Any thoughts on what that guy said? I'd like to read some perspectives, man. Like, shit, it kicked me out. Went back to the home screen again. It's a trippy beat. Appreciate the Florida's rocking, Lizzie. Thank you kindly for being here. Shit. It's a lot of shit going through my head, man. Tripping. I didn't think this was gonna be this. I thought it was gonna pick up. Shit. Yeah, it's a little bit too much of a heavy beat. Yeah, bro, I'm thinking the same. I'm thinking the same. Because I know that those numbers that are listed, they're cells, man. It's fucking crazy to see something like that popped up, bro. You know, after I already sin and do something that you know what I mean? Like, that I put my foot in the door somewhere and then shit pops up on the fucking internet. Like, those numbers never existed. So whatever I read a long time ago, bro, about this man passing away was probably bullshit. It's just fucking with me, dude. Bro, I'm not even worried about the county shit anymore, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's there, but like, if these phone numbers work, bro, that's what's going through my head, bro. Like, 20 years. Like, the fuck did I just pop up on the scene? who is that other individual's name, bro? You know, like it's fucking wild. It's wild, man. Like I'm sitting here wording shit in my head. Like what is gonna be the first text messages? You know what I mean? Like shit. I know it's too much. It's like I'm shocked, dude. Like
almost feels more real than a love we never kissed. We were almost almost real, almost touching. So tell me we could feel almost but we let it fade. Too afraid of love, we almost stayed. You say time is not our friend. The life is moving way too fast. But when you're lying next to me, I forget the future, fear the past. Every night feels borrowed time, like we're stealing something true. If loving you is a mistake, why does it feel so right with you? We were almost stars, almost true, almost everything we never do, almost stars, but we let it slide. Too hard, scared to choose a side. Maybe in another world we don't let go this way. But here I just almost love, fitting with the break. We talking half words, like we're scared to be clear. Every truth in your eyes says stay, but you disappear. You laugh like nothing's wrong, but I feel the weight. Every second with you feels borrowed, feels late. We're fading between us, not in, not out. So close to love, still full of doubt. Fading between space, just two silhouettes fading again. We don't talk about tomorrow. We don't ask what this could be. Every touch is borrowed time. Every look's a memory. Your lips say don't get closer, but your hands don't let me go. In this room of empty faces, you're the only thing I know. We're lost in the afterlife.